get my Wordle out for you. Mr. Phaser, don't you know it's true? This Wordle's coming up for you, Mr. Phaser. Oi, oi, get your Wordle out. Guys, you don't even know what you're about to get exposed to. Get ready, guys. If you've wondered, how are they making all these breakthroughs? Why are they just suddenly barreling through Drew Wagar's mystery? Mate, I've been... firstly, you will need to Google retroduction. Got to have those unorthodox approaches to the gnosis, boys. Transduction. Oh, transduction is the process. No, not that one. You want to do transduction, gnosis. Not chaos magic. What are you doing to me? Maybe that's the wrong word. I can't remember the word right now. But anyway, it's about resonating with other people's mental space so that you can emulate their thought patterns. It's taught in the Platonic school of philosophy. Anyway. Oh my god. You wait. You fucking wait. You lot don't have a clue what I'm about to drop on you. I love it. Anyone that rocks up to these streams early, I'm playing it again. I'm playing it again. This is the key to everything. This. Bruh. You can't hear the music on YouTube. You don't know what I'm talking about. There's a dimension to this stream that most people do not notice. They do not see. Their eyes are closed. Their ears are closed. And if you come to YouTube, you're going to get hit by ads. You've got to hit that button. No, I'm joking. I'm not monetizing this directly. But anyway, I'll be there in a sec. Hang on, I'm topless right now. I've got my boobs out, you see. Don't know if it's allowed for thee. I don't know if I'm allowed to be topless on the internet. Oh, listen to it. Here we go. Yeah. Ready for the bass? Yeah. Who's seen Battlestar Galactica? Huh? Who's seen Battlestar Galactica? You seen it? Make breakthrough. Admin's business today. All right. I'm in fucking business. Sorry to swear so early in the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do a Wordle together. You're getting blue balls right now because I need the numbers to go up. I ain't repeating myself over and over and over again. Do you know what I mean? Today, me and DJ Trinonica have had a conversation. And we're going to be coming clean with you all a bit. So I'm going to record a quick clip now, and then I will pin that to the streams. And then when we get to more of a critical mass, I will actually give the explanation of what's been going on and why we seem to be able to make so much progress on these long-standing mysteries. So let's go. So, hi guys. In the last 6 months, me and DJ Trinonica have been deep in research in a secret Discord channel or server that we've not allowed many people or really anyone into. That is likely about to change. We need more help because we can't just solo this. And so far I made an error in who I also included in the endeavor. And basically we don't have time for people that are going to be trying to find reasons why we're wrong. So, now don't get me wrong. Like, I think you all know from my track record, I'm willing to show you that I'm wrong, right? I'm willing to hold my hands out and say, I thought it would be this, and the evidence proves it's not. So I'm just going to ask you all to trust me when I explain this, okay? And if it's not for you, that's fine. I'm not interested in your opinion. 07. Okay. And so far I made in the last 6 so let's go. So let's go. So let's go. So hi guys. In the last 6 months. So let's go. So hi guys. It's not that it didn't work out. It's just so, like they added a lot of value to the search in a sense, or at least given that they testify to having previously broken the law and reverse engineered the code base. Really dangerous. they gave me a lot of confidence that the information we reverse engineered by investigating the radicoid time skip is accurate. So I now have absolute confidence that the assertions I've made about how systems are generated, about how POIs are stored in the server, about how they're generated in the system at a static location relative to the parent body. I have absolute confidence that what I reverse engineered from interrogating the game is actually what's in the backend. I've not seen any of these files. I've not accessed any recompiled or decompiled files. I understand that that's illegal. I would never do that myself. But I will speak to people that have seen these things. And so that's where, but unfortunately I've tried to bring that person along on our journey in a collaborative sense, but rather than in good faith try to see, could there be something to this? It's just, nah, that's insane. Nah, that's insane. Ad hominems, you know? I just don't have time for it anymore. So it's fine. That's fine. Like, if they don't believe it, they don't have to believe it, right? And this is the key. If we're going to make progress on this, we need a space where we can just collaborate and make progress and not waste our time arguing about why other people don't think it's right. Like, again, I can't stress enough. I made mistake. Let me just check this clip. Hey guys, in the last 6 months, me and DJ Trononica have been deep in research in a secret Discord channel or server that we've not allowed many people or really anyone into. That is likely about to change. We need more help because we can't just solo this. And so far I made an error in who I also included in the endeavor. And basically we don't have time for people that are going to be trying to find reasons why we're wrong. So, now, don't get me wrong. Like, I think you will know from my track record, I'm willing to show you that I'm wrong, right? I'm willing to hold my hands out and say, I thought it would be this, and the evidence proves it's not. So I'm just going to ask you all to trust me when I explain this, okay? And if it's not for you, that's fine. I'm not interested in your opinion. Let's go. So, hi guys. I made an error in who I also included in the Wagwan. 07 Trononica. Are you ready to not be the only person who is carrying the weight of my theories? He's like, oh, thank God I can focus on my studies. I know you love it, mate.
I have no memory of this place.
Now, I just can't wait to explain all this, but I need to really think about how I approach it. I almost feel like I need to set the scene for you first. But let's do this together first, eh? Is it R-O-P? Ropey? No, no E. It's probably got a U after the O. But then... root... Get your Wordle out. Let's stimulate our brains, eh? Let's all get turned on. Can't be rough because we know that there's a P in the end word. But good shout. Thank you for the attempt. Oh, bless you, John. I feel that, mate. I didn't get to sleep till fucking R3, 4 last night because I was in an intellectual dick measuring contest with someone in this other server I was mentioning. I just can't help myself. Or no, to be fair, I wasn't. All right, I resent that. Actually, I'm being self-deprecating, and I wasn't in an intellectual. I was trying to collaborate with someone that was forcing an intellectual dick measuring contest on me. Right, that was what was happening. Actually, to be fair, and that's what often happens to me. Is I'll go into somewhere with good intentions and try to collaborate with people, and then they'll basically read what I have to say and be like, "Oh, who does he think he is? He thinks he's so smart. I'll show him wrong." Right, and that's where I then end up in an argument with someone rather than meeting me where I'm at in terms of trying to make progress. You know, and that is often what happens. This song's just on loop, by the way. It ain't gonna stop until I get to the point in the stream where I explain it. So let's get this stream popping off. All right, let's get at least 25 people in it because I don't want to be repeating this over and over again. There will be a video created on the back of this. I know, Haramba. I mean, this is the annoying thing, right? Is just the search itself could be fun if people didn't have to be like, oh, no, I know better. Do you know what I mean? So it's, yeah, it's very frustrating. I think the RP is at the end. Oh, could it be so Opa? Could it be Torpor? No, it's too long. And also no T. It could have two O's. But then what would go at the front? Because if it had two O's, it would need to end in RP. No, it wouldn't. It could end in... It could be RO something PH. Roof? Good day, Vantillion. Happy Saturday. I'm afraid I'm only live until about 4:15 today. When you say the political landscape, you mean within like all the streamers and different player groups and that, right? I mean, here's the candid reality, is Elite Dangerous has been built to be far bigger than just a video game. And no one sees it. And that's what we're going to be expanded on today. Like, I know what you were saying there, John, was in good faith. Like, my God, people need to fucking chill. It's a damn video game. I actually don't think you're correct. Like, I think if you were to sit down with David Braben and actually hear his long-term vision, it would be far more in alignment with what I'm saying than it's just a video game. 100%. And it will all become clear in a minute what I'm saying, all right? Because I'm going to lay it all out for people. And if you can see what I can see, then it will make sense. If you can't, and you're rigidly of the mindset, it's just a video game, David Braben just creates video games, that's all he does, then you won't be able to crack the problem of Raxler and that. Because it is bigger than that, all right? Like, this is big. I can't wait to break it down for you all. Like, it... Man. Morph. What a word for the day! What a word for the day! This is poetic, guys. That doesn't make sense. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Trenonica, you know that's fucked up. That's called synchronicity right there. That is called synchronicity. Morph. Transform. Mate. What the fuck? Okay. Alright. Who's here? Is Rose in here? He's my boy. I ain't dropping this truth bomb without Rose in here. No, fuck it. Do we go straight away? Alright, yeah, we do. Okay. I want to take you all back in time mentally, alright? I know I do it every day on the stream with the time skip. But right now, I want you all... Cast your minds back. The year is 2012. January 2012. You don't know about Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous ain't even available as Kickstarter. No one's talking about it. There's no such thing as Elite Dangerous. There's Elite 1. There's Elite 2, Frontiers. There's Elite Frontier Encounters. And then David Braben didn't create a game for like a decade. He just disappeared. Why? Because he's a multi-millionaire. He don't give a fuck. That's the reality. Like, he's a multi-millionaire. Isn't he? Why did he make Elite Dangerous? What do you mean, Elite? Right. I know that that's a community-run, player-based clone of the original Elite, right? And the subsequent games. Now, in 2012, David Braben, in April, I believe. Oh, let me double check. When did the actual... What was the date of the Elite Dangerous Kickstarter launch? November 2012. Okay. So in November 2012, November the 5th, David Braben announced the Elite Kickstarter to test market the concept. Verify whether there's broader interest in a fourth game and to raise funds to help make the game. Simultaneously in 2012, he did something else that many of you may know about. He founded Raspberry Pi. Do you know about this? So in David Braben's mind, there were two things, right? One thing, in my opinion, is that he was concerned that there was a generation of people growing up with minimal computer literacy. They're not being set up to succeed in the future that we were moving towards. And he put his money where his mouth was. And he created Raspberry Pi to incentivize and inspire a younger generation to pursue computer coding in their home at cheap cost. Now, what many of you don't actually give credit to is the fact that Raspberry Pi Holdings is currently worth £2 billion Great British pounds. David Braben made himself a billionaire on the back of Raspberry Pi. Okay? Now, later that year, he also launched the Elite Dangerous Kickstarter. Now, don't get me wrong. Raspberry Pi, when it launched, wasn't instant success, right? It was a success, but initially it wasn't worth a lot of money. He put a lot of money where his mouth was, and he built Raspberry Pi from nothing. Exactly right. I agree. Braben didn't have to do anything for money. He doesn't have to do any of this for money. He could have built Elite Dangerous with his own cash. Alright? Wow. What else happened in 2012 that I think David Braben was the orchestrator of that none of us know? This is where it gets fucking weird, and I understand if many of you can't follow me. But, frankly, if you can't follow it, that's on you. On the 4th of January, 2012, an internet puzzle started called Cicada 3301. It was an anonymous internet puzzle that incentivized the world's most... Yeah, Bite, I think you mentioned this to me. And in fact, you get like a de facto entry into this new Discord server. You should have had it weeks ago, to be honest with you. This mystery kicked off. Now, there's never been a resolution to the Cicada 3301 mystery. Okay? No one knows what it was about. Oh, it was you, was it, Trononica? Sorry, yeah. I did think it was you, and that's why I created it with you, but I couldn't recall. And I remember it was in a stream, wasn't it? So I immediately started looking into it. It never got a resolution. It ran for 3 years, yeah? 2012, 2013, 2014. The entire development window of the Elite Dangerous Kickstarter. And we do not know to this day what the end result of this is. Okay? Cicada 3301 ended in January 2014. And none of the people that won it or finished it have come public and stated what it was all about. Okay, there have been leaks of messages from Cicada 3301 indicating that they're like an independent, anonymous group, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go into the detail of Cicada 3301. That's a separate thing, okay? But the key thing you need to understand is Cicada 3301's cornerstone is cryptography, data security, scavenger hunts, steganography, and prime numbers in particular. Prime numbers are incredibly central to cryptography. Okay, the patterns in prime numbers are something that are used in many different cryptographic paradigms. Here's what I'm positing. David Braben, in partnership with Michael Brooks, and most plausibly Drew Wagar and maybe a select few others, architected the Cicada 3301 mystery to get access to the brightest cryptographic minds on Earth in 2012. Okay? Why? There is a core message at the center of Elite Dangerous. AI is coming, and if we do not architect a society ready for it, we're fucked. Okay? This is what he's been trying to communicate to us for over a decade. And I think it's fucking beautiful what we're putting together here. Like, I literally think that it makes so much sense, okay? So this has been his message all along. There's a reason that in Elite Dangerous, AI is a banned thing, and we've never heard anything about it, but now we're starting to, okay? Now in the story, now that AI's IRL, we're starting to see AI come up in the game. Oh, there's a secret AI somewhere in space. Okay. So what's it all about? Now, there are direct links between the Cicada 3301 mystery and the Raxler mystery in Elite Dangerous, okay? For example, the Raxler Codex entry makes reference to philemic texts of Aleister Crowley. For example, it uses the phrase, "for those with eyes to see," which is an occult phrase of the esoteric. Likewise, Cicada, if you want the info, then yeah, sorry, mate, you know there's a button to click to solve that. If this is valuable to you, you'll click it. So where is it? Where's the Liber Primus? So the song that's playing in the background was the end result of this was this text, which is a runic text which is encoded and so far has hardly been deciphered to this day. Okay, this is as long a standing mystery as Raxler. There are some pages that have been deciphered, many haven't been. Okay? There's numbers, there's all sorts of weird stuff in here. Alright, I'm not going to go into the detail of this, or I'm not going to go into the detail of any of this in particular. I'm just going to lay the scaffolding for your minds, and then you can let it soak, and then if you want to pursue it more, you can reach out to me in the other in the normal Discord. Raxler was set up as a myth in the world, and then I think they've repurposed it for this mystery later on. Yeah, I think when they realised that they had this chance, when they saw the possibility, I think that they felt like, okay, well, Raxler can be like the bait on the end of the fishing line that we already cast in the past. Now, what does it mean? Well, it means that it would explain why this hasn't been cracked yet, okay? Here's one thing to note, and this is one thing that when I first learned this, it massively diminished my belief in this link. But I actually think now that it actually strengthens it now. So one of the final statements of Cicada 3301 when you decipher those pages, one of these pages states, I mean, read this shit. Welcome, welcome, pilgrim, to the great journey toward the end of all things. It is not an easy trip, but for those who find their way here, it is a necessary one. Along the way, you will find an end to all struggle and suffering, your innocence, your illusions, your certainty, and your reality. Ultimately, you will discover an end to self. It is through this pilgrimage that we shape ourselves and our realities. It's all sort of like pseudo philosophical stuff like that. But then we get into, where is it? Is it page? There's one that mentioned that encryption's critical. It says all data should be encrypted. And what's really interesting is the Elite Dangerous game at release was not encrypted at all. Okay. Well, initially, when I learned this, I was like, shit, that probably means that it wasn't them. But in fact, we didn't learn that Cicada was talking about everything should be encrypted until the end of it in 2014. And the files were encrypted 3 years later. It's the biggest weakness in this whole situation is this gap, right? And I think that what it speaks to is the fact that they know that the way they've architected the solution means the game files don't need to be encrypted. Like, there's no way to reverse engineer the game files and solve this mystery. It's not stored on your hard drive, how to solve it, okay? Because there's parts of it that are algorithmic, and there's parts of it that are essentially like the AES 256 encryption algorithm. So I think how this ends is we decipher the station numbers and then we send that somewhere. I think that you just type it into the chat in the game and hit send, and it will know that you've just reverse engineered the numbers from the station, and that will elucidate the next step. Okay, but it ties into Drew Wagar's stuff. Now, what I've learned about Drew Wagar in the last 24 hours, and the reason that I say we've wildly underestimated him, is I've often taken his like very soft or bumbling demeanor to be, and this is a flaw on me, 100%. This is a flaw in myself. I've often judged him on that, and I've realised in the last day that I've completely overstepped. Like, his background, he has a computer science degree. I had no idea. Drew Wagar has a computer science degree, and he has a 30-year career as a CISO, a Chief Information Security Officer, at Lloyds Bank. Okay, now don't get me wrong. In his tenure, Lloyds Bank got hacked, so he's not flawless. But no one's flawless, all right? Like, it shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't be a marker against him. He was leading an entire process, an entire team, an entire organization, and obviously, information security is so much bigger than just what the code does. So, yeah, boy. So basically, I feel the reason that we've started making so much progress is because we've been reading into what Cicada 3301 entailed, and then just asking the question, can we take that format and apply it to the mysteries that Drew Wagar laid out for us? And that's where these pennies have started dropping, about things like prisms and splitting signals and reinterpreting signals through different perspectives, right? And so that's basically the nuts and bolts of it, is we've been going down that path of analysing Cicada 3301, and yeah, that's it, really. That's it. That's the tinfoil. I think that the Cicada 3301... Oh, sorry, there's one more bit. It's really important, actually. I think there is a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. And by that, what I mean is, if you look at the value of Bitcoin in 2012... I wouldn't be surprised if Dave and Braben put 100 grand in Bitcoin in one of the early wallets, and the end result is the private key to access a Bitcoin wallet. That is my theory. There is currently over $5 billion in, or more than that. What is the current unaccessed Bitcoin pool? There are 2.3 to 4 million Bitcoin, approximately 135 to 235 billion dollars, permanently lost or unaccessed in dormant wallets. So this is basically my view. Now, whether it does then lend the question, could David Braben be Satoshi Nakamoto? No one knows the identity of Satoshi Nakamoto. If there was someone who it could have been, it could very well be him. Like, there are few people that have put as much money where their mouth is when it comes to trying to protect humanity from the future that AI is driving us towards. He has built entire multi-million-pound franchises on the back of trying to communicate to us, AI bad if done wrong. AI bad if done wrong. He has spent millions building a separate business, Raspberry Pi, to try to incentivize and create a generation of people that are literate with computers, that can code, that understand cryptography, that understand steganography. Like, he's put his money where his mouth is. But people, they're so dismissive of him. They see the bugs that manifest in the game, and they say, well, there's no way that these people could have architected this. But they had 2 years in isolation to do it. Okay? Like, I'm arguing that this mystery is at the very structure of the game engine and the game. It's in the Cobra engine at its core. And yes, when you develop new code on top of it, sure, you're going to add bugs. Testers aren't going to test everything. They're not going to catch everything. Like, breaking those concepts apart is really hard for people. Like, that's what the argument, or not argument, but it was a debate I was involved in last night was like, people saying, oh, well, how would they possibly do this if they can't even put coordinates into a message correctly? Because, like, there was a time when there was a log that told you to go somewhere to find a crashed ship that linked to the Fargoids. It was a crashed Fargoid ship, but the coordinates were round the wrong way. And I'm like, because that's a typo. It's a typo. It means that some community manager that typed it in doesn't understand the difference between longitude and latitude. That's not a reflection of the technical capability of some part. Like, it really frustrates me because David Braben is a complete pioneer in computer science. Like, what they did with Elite was so revolutionary, and what they did with Elite Dangerous was so revolutionary in 2012. Like, it really, that's what keeps me coming back, because I love it. I think that they are literally masters, and it's so frustrating. I get that there's bugs, but what they achieved as a technical feat is amazing. And the fact that they've managed to embed this mystery in our face for 10 years, consistently double down, they tell us it's in there, they add more and more information, confirming Raxler's real. There is a mystery to follow. Drew Wagar does AMAs saying, yeah, you're asking interesting questions. Keep going. No one does. We are now. We are going. We are doing it. So let's get in there. Let's do it. It's all chat now. We don't want chat. We want progress. We want to do it. Let's get in the game. Let's get in there. Yeah, I know. People can't see past the bugs a lot of the time. And the thing is, it's... Nice, Smetin, nice. Thank you. So that's my theory. My theory is that at the end of the rainbow is a means to access a Bitcoin wallet. Now, maybe that is purely a reach. Okay, maybe that is wishful thinking. Maybe that is delusion. Okay, that is plausible. I am fully willing. I'm owning up to that to you right now. Okay, that is me reaching. That's me saying, but if I was David Braben, okay, and I was a multi-millionaire at the age of 25, and then later on in life I've chosen to double down, build Raspberry Pi, build Elite Dangerous, all in 2012. I think I'm sinking 100 grand in Bitcoin, and I'm hiding it in my game with an ARG cryptographic puzzle, because I know that when it eventually gets solved, if Bitcoin tracks the way it should and it's worth millions, my game gets and such an invaluable level of marketing. It is unbelievable. Do you understand how many people will start playing this game if me and Trinonica and whoever else joins us in this mystery does uncover this and we split this pot between us? Like, so that last bit, that's, I think, as Trinonica's indicated there, that's my, like, wishful thinking. Obviously, I am biased. I am in a difficult place in life right now. I am kind of seeking to verify that the way I'm choosing to spend my money is valid and justified, like, financially. So, like, part of it, that copium is there. Now, I do have another question. Is anybody right now in a station or near a station that creates the numbers? Because I ain't. Bless you, John. That's fine. I mean, no disrespect intended to anybody, but that is kind of the intention of this other server, is to only have people in there that genuinely believe they've got, like, the background, the credibility to make progress in certain areas. So I'm owning, like, the computer science / cryptography angle, although cryptography isn't my strong suit at all. Like, I have a deep interest in it, but I'm not that... I'm just not that well versed in the different techniques and that, right? But computer science and software testing, I am literally like an industry master at. Like, I know how to test software. I know how to close down an option space to verify information. Or the Cicada project was a testing ground, only to find out how receptive, capable in general peeps would be. Absolutely, Cyber. Yeah, 100%. It could be that, yeah. So you're right there. I agree with you, Cyber. But the point is, I believe that Cicada 3301 was their test ground, or possibly even just a direct, like I would urge you all to go into detail on. There are many videos out there detailing the actual process of Cicada 3301, all the mysteries it involved, how it included, like, certain mysteries of having to pull particular books and then use, like, it numbers to work out what word it was looking at, and then you would put together the, like, that's called a book cipher, where you have a book as the reference, and then you have a list of numbers, and that tells you the page number and the word number you need to select, and then when you do them all, you build up a sentence. But I think that Drew Wagar was way more involved in all this than any of us give him credit. I think he is a master at playing dumb. I think I've completely been duped by him. I really do. Like, I really do hold my hat up to that. I've been quite a critic of him at times. And, yeah. So, Drew, if you do hear this, 07, mate, like, apologies. And, yeah, I think we're on it. I think we're about to finally make some mad progress. And it ain't on this shuttle. Well, it's funny you mentioned lens lock, actually. I've got a test I want to run with the numbers. Yeah, Drew Wagar has multiple characters. Thank you, Bite. Thank you, mate. You're a fucking legend. By the way, no, I do think Charles Memorial is important, and we will go back to it in a second. But I just want to do this quick test with the numbers, because I think my brain might have sussed something out in my sleep. That's not correct. No Imperial stations emit the numbers. Nope. And in fact, if a station changes hands from Federal to Imperial, the numbers turn off. It's like yin and yang. The Empire is the way to get the key. The Federation is the door, I reckon. Yeah, I think so. But I'd rather go independent, just to... It should... There should be a tier 3 port here, and it should contain the numbers. Now, the final message that the Cicada 3301 left people with that's an interesting idea, sorry, but yeah. The final message that Cicada 3301 left people with was the sentence, "Shed your circumference and emerge," I believe. Let me just double check that, hang on. So, and I will just say, this is one of those situations where it could be that there could be a situation where my intellect is working against me here, and I've convinced myself of this at this point. Okay, so I'm just going to be vulnerable about that. Like I am human. Do you know what I mean? I want to crack this, and I'm doing my best to seek angles to view it at that no one's viewed it at before. And when Trinonica shared that Cicada, I'd never heard of Cicada 3301 before, but I have deeply analysed Raxler and the Dark Wheel mystery, like to the degree of, you know, as I've mentioned quite a few times, I was in the Children of Raxler. Like, I know the current maximum knowledge. Understand, Drew Wagar is one of the leaders of the Children of Raxler. Like, Alicia Verdi is one of the characters that he plays in game, who is a Frontier-backed, player-run NPC. It doesn't have a tier 3 port. Are you serious? How has it got... Wait, what's that? There's just a place called Sada. Canon Deep Space Research.
System scan complete.
Yeah, bite. Yeah, it is. Yeah, brilliant site there, mate. I can't believe I immediately in the, like... Okay, so this was colonized manually by someone. It wouldn't surprise me if at the head of all of these well-known player groups are people that have signed NDAs. And I imagine that they're in a position where they have to tread a really fine line. And I imagine they're in a position where they are in the design and decision forum, which is where if you sign the NDA, that's what you get access to. And I imagine that this stream is mentioned in there a lot right now. I'll give you another example. I recently reached out to Lave Radio, right? Asking if they would cover my video about the rainbow in Prism. And they refused. They didn't mention it on their podcast. They're not covering it on Lave Radio. Alan Stroud just completely stonewalled me and said he won't comment on it. If I want to know, I have to ask Drew Wagar. Often when people refuse to speak, they say far more than if they just said something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, silence would have said less than refusing to answer. Which is, in many senses, if he signed an NDA, he could be doing me a favour there. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. So it's very interesting. All of it's very interesting. So that is my maximum tinfoil. As I mentioned in the clip, if you think that you can contribute to it, then please speak to me through the It's Only Pixels Discord. Like, just mention in there, in my general area or in Elite Dangerous, that you'd like to pursue and you think you can, and me and John will have a chat with you. Crazy, you've already contributed multiple hints and, like, noticed things that have then borne through. I'm inclined to suggest that you probably should be helping us. Likewise, Cyber, I'd be interested in your inclusion. But the key, I would say, is, like, I don't want that server to just be full of hundreds of people that just sit there and don't contribute. Does that make sense? Like, we will talk to people and publicly about what we're uncovering. But yeah, if you're not certain that, like, when we get, like, for example, Trinonica owns, like, all of the audio stuff, like trying to crack the numbers stations, and I don't know much about that, so, you know, that's on him. He's a very busy guy right now, so we're not making mad progress. That's why we know we need help, and that's why we've agreed today to discuss it with all you lot that do show up for us and show up for the stream. At the end of the day, the more brains that mull this over, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be confident that you can crack some mad cryptographic code. Do you know what I mean? That's not what that's about. Like, each brain is unique. Each brain is important. Each brain can take this information in, consider it, and then spit back out something unique. And that's where I think we have the highest chance of success.
Touchdown confirmed. Command system shut down.
Okay, we're getting the numbers. Okay, right. This is my test, okay? I have a hypothesis that I'm going to test. No one's ever tested this before, as far as I'm aware. Agreed, Cyber. Yeah, exactly. That is more my perspective than anything else. Like, I think that there are some shocking links. You don't know that, Mantillion. I'm open. I mean, at the end of the day, like, what me and Trinonica agreed this morning We need more help. The two of us are unlikely to manage to do it alone when we've both got things in life that we also need to focus on. Do you know what I mean? We all do. So the more brains that we have thinking about it, the higher the probability that we'll get there. Did you hear that? Did you hear it echoing? Looks the same, doesn't it? Fuck. Is there no way to turn that woman off? Is there really no way to stop her talking? Would you shut up in your face? Fuck. What I'm trying to work out, Tronica, is why do my numbers always look different to yours? And I think it's because I have my sensors zoomed out. When I log in, I hit page up 3 times, and I put my sensors in the middle. What do you mean, Bo? What do you mean voice audio? No, I muted voice audio, but it doesn't. It's only the voice in your ship. Look, I muted. Oh, maybe it did do it then. Forgive me. Maybe it did turn her off. And now we've only got to deal with... We'll see. If she speaks again, then we'll know. Right, so let's try this slightly differently. Let's go back outside. I mean, Trinonica's a legitimate DJ and sound engineer, studying sound, audio, game design at uni, so he knows his shit. He knows what he needs. So look, see my sensors changing? So there was a Raxler hunter actually that I was watching the quest to find Raxler's thread today. And they fucked up. They've burnt themselves out. I don't think I have any combatant performance myself, but I'll be surprised if there's no one that can help. So look, I can still control this from inside, from the camera. You see that? Look, it's on max, right? It's now on min. Okay. Cheers, Price. Okay. Wait, what? No, yeah, but we've already got, like, we've got 2 hours of Rainbow's End. We've got multiple hours. We've got an hour together, both in a station. Like, when we started doing the... What is this audio I'm hearing? Hi. Hi, Arts. Arzt vom Dienst. Arzt. So the numbers aren't being emitted right now because we're not docked. What are you a doctor in? That's an interesting question, Bo. Anyone want to come smash my canopy? Smash my canopy, please. Come and do it. Oh, do it to me, please. You gotta see it's true. So let's see. Oh, so right, we need to align perfectly with the station. Why does it look like the station is falling to the left slightly, you know? Is it? Or is it? No, it is rotating, isn't it? Straight in front of us. Okay, sweet. Where are my sensors at? Zoom them all the way out. And then we've got our sensors on linear, right? Let's zoom them all the way up. And what happens if I switch this? Look, it doesn't do anything obvious, does it? No, it does. It moves them away. Ah, touche. I've worked with many a doctor that's transitioned into computer science. This station is ridiculously busy. It's well annoying. Okay, this is interesting data. Let's go in again. So even though I'm not in control, I can change the... Okay, I'm going to put them all the way down, dock, put them up, and come off. I want to know, can I change the scale of my sensors while I'm landed? Nice, Chanonica. There is more checks to do at that Charles Memorial as well. I don't believe it's just a memorial. I don't believe that for 1 second. Like, literally for 1 second. I don't believe it. No. So you cannot change your sensor zoom once you're docked. Agreed, Kashmo. It isn't addressed. I don't know why, when you're outside the station, yeah, I don't understand why we... I don't understand. But I know that... So in your cockpit, the reason you hear audio is because your ship detects the waves and then it converts them into audio so that you have the perception of hearing things. So like when you hear the sound of the solar wind at a star when you're scooping, that's your ship playing that over speakers into your ears so that you feel it. And that's why a lot of those sounds go away if you turn your life support off or you pop your canopy. That even if you're the sound is the same, even if you have a cracked canopy inside a station, because there's an atmosphere in here. They're different, aren't they? I think they look different. They visibly look different in the Spectro with my sensors on minimum compared to where I had it. I think. Hang on, does the K look different? Look, to me, the K, look, yeah, the gap between it looks longer. And the K is higher up in the Spectro, to my eye. Yeah, I think we should be fine to get some people that are already... The regulars in this stream probably would benefit from being in that server, just in general, I think. I think we all would. Okay, I'm going to stop. Okay, that's interesting. Sensors min log. I'm just taking quick snapshots just to get like a, hopefully get... So let's just look, is there a difference between any of the symbols? Oh, Metina, I've got a video for that on my YouTube, mate. Or Vantillion, sorry. Ugh. What is going on? I'm a bit stressed because I'm going out at I'm going out at 4:30. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? Universums. Okay, it was there, wasn't it? Oh my goodness. Can I scroll this? Why is that Audacity so performance heavy? I just want to put it at the back. I need to be more particular about when I click record, don't I? Go. Really? But it's not the audio that's slow, it's when it's doing all this spectro stuff that it struggles. I think it's more likely to be that I'm simultaneously running a high-end video game on ultra graphics, live streaming to people on 2 separate stream platforms, plus encoding the stream a 3rd time in the vertical orientation, plus running Audacity in spectrograph mode, right? I think it's more likely to be all that than... You see how on this one, in log, there is a bigger gap? Yeah. Same symbol, different... Could that just be different background noise interfering, though? What is that? What character is that meant to be? Like, just for clarity, I've got this, okay? Like, compare them. What? I need a we. Let me know. What one do you think of them is this? Because it don't make any sense to me. Is it the T? Is it this? But no, it can't be, because this one goes down. I know it's mirrored over the 12k Tonkfist line, but this goes, it's got a line and then it goes down, right? None of these do that. Huh. Okay. So, let's try now. So we have to launch. Weird fucking symbols. Yeah, it's that one. I would just also say, though, this source that we've been sent here, I don't completely buy into. Like, all these screenshots are taken by someone who alleges that they access these files with questionable means, and so now we're going to do one up on the sensors, linear, go back in. Also, it seems to be the same. Is it the same? No. So right now, oh, by the way, yeah, right now I think that the most likely scenario is that we do need to do something lens lock-like with the... Yeah, I think I've got them somewhere, Tronica, actually. See, I appear to have just... Maybe it's that one. T, it goes up at the right. Yeah, I think it's that one. So this is sensors +2. I'm taking 30-second snippets of each, and I'm doing each sensor iteration in both linear and logarithmic, and then I'll save this at the end. And then we'll be going back to Charles Memorial to see if we can deduce any more information about where it's pointed. Also, if we can work out who the fuck Charles is, that would probably be useful. Because I don't believe, like, whenever they do memorials, they're very explicit to ensure there's no ambiguity about who it was. And just saying Charles Memorial, and then not mentioning the person, right? It's called Charles Memorial, but then it's a memorial to just generic people that died. And then when you read the text of it... What's going on? There we go. I haven't got it right now. But when you read the text of it, it's like... Oh, actually, there. Let me get the mind map open. Jan, start, dev. Jan, start, dev. I need to see it here. It says the following sentences. We of the Pilots Federation light this beacon on the fringes of human space for the fallen. Now that is grammatically incorrect. Okay? There should be a comma somewhere in there. For every fallen commander, we salute and hope you've found your place among the stars, that we may see you again when we look to the skies. 07. It's weird. That categorically looks different on my screen. Don't you agree? I'm sorry, that looks that is visibly different. Do you agree? Are we about to make another breakthrough? The biggest breakthrough in the station numbers mystery in another 10 years? I'm telling you guys, it's because we're looking at it through the lens of Cicada 3301, because that was created by David Braben. Okay. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Sensor +2 linear. Can it actually do that? Why do I be such sweaty boy? I don't like it. I don't want to be sweaty. Oh, wait. What's going on? Oh, fuck's sake. I'm not in the game. Page up. Okay, so this is where I normally record. Sensor +3. Okay. I mean, we are catching those sounds, but there you can very clearly see, like, the frequency of the numbers is very high. You can hear it in your ears. It's like, and that's why on the spectrograph you see it at the top, right? All the sound of, like, that's all low sounds. And you see all that noise at the bottom when you're watching it go by. You can literally see the sounds. Like, when you hear a ship go, ooh, you'll see the sound go down, but then you'll distinctly see, like, the number drawn on it. And that number is the high frequency sound that you're hearing come from the antenna. The visible high frequency sounds. Oh, really? What do you mean? What, you can't hear the... Like, the game audio is going over the stream, right? Okay. I mean, I hear him. I mean, to be fair, I have a mad range on my hearing. Like, mad, freakishly high. Like, I hear fox alarms and stuff. It's one of the reasons I think I'm autistic, because the way my sensory situation works is just mad compared to most people. So I'll sit here, like, rocking because there's background noise outside, and people are like, what's wrong? And I'm like, can't you hear it? Ah! But just learn to ignore it, do you know what I mean? Oh, that's valuable. Look, we got the exact same symbol twice there, either side. Just the only difference is linear and logarithmic. That doesn't seem to make any difference, but the sensor zoom level is making a difference. It's changing them. Look at that. Look at how starkly different. Yeah, like a fox alarm is a device that you can put on your house that is... It looks like a little black box with a white dome on it. And it will just detect movement and then it will emit an audio that most humans can't hear. But very young children can hear it. And I can still hear it. So I don't know what that means about my hearing. I'm pretty sure it means... I've also done tests about pitch. And I seem to be, like, very good at intuiting different pitches, tones, resonant frequencies, stuff like that. I think it's part of why I'm... I think it links to, like, the strengths of my particular type of brain, is the more diplomatic way to put it. We've exhausted this route, right? Let's ship this, and then I can update the title. So this is sensor 3. Linear. It seems to, Cyber. We're getting there. No, it seems to be that zooming out. See, this is the thing, right? Like, the debate I was involved in last night never allowed us to get to this point where I then asked this question, because it was just a constant, oh, what? So that would mean they'd have to do this, and then this, and then this. No, that's nonsense. They'd never do that. It's like, well, you're not collaborating with me, are you? You're diminishing. You're closing doors rather than being willing to open one and step through it. And this is the key pattern that I encounter when I try to solve these mysteries for people in this community. Is people... Oh, right. Sensors up again. So this is max. Sensor 4. Linear. I'm willing to say no one has ever tested. I've never seen the numbers at maximum sensor zoom before. So I'm about to see them in a way I've never seen them before. I'm very curious. The only other thing is we are getting different landing pads. So it could be that different landing pad numbers actually influence it as well. So, no, max zoomed out. Most people leave their sensors on 1. They just log in and they never touch them. They don't edit it. They don't even know it's a feature, most people. Look how clear that V is at the bottom. That looks completely different. This is exciting. Yes, Chris, man, and yes, we are. Honestly, the man, the legend. Why? Why do that? Why move that bit over and not all the rest? Oh, you know, we're just making a breakthrough on another element of the mystery to the game that no one's managed to make any progress on. You could say that, yeah. Cheers, Tronica. They do indeed, you're right. It does look like the Raxler symbol. Yeah, the Raxler symbol, doesn't it, at the bottom? Same numbers, different sensor zoom. So I normally... Raxling is the tutorial that never ends. Love it. So I normally have my sensors on sensors +3 logarithmic. That's how I play the game, okay? And so these are how the numbers normally look for me. And I'm always questioning, why do other people... Oh, no, okay, look, the V there is just as clear as the V there in 4, isn't it? But what I do see this gap. Does that change? So sensor 2 log with this symbol and the line. So clearly in the left-hand one, in the one further up back in the past, there was another sound event that happened at the same time, more on the left channel, right? Let's just... Do they look... They do look very similar, don't they? There's some subtle differences, but that could just be the interference of this spike. Certainly looks like maybe this was just a... Is that a red herring? Is that just our eyes wanting to see it? It could be. I'll make this file available, Trinonica. I don't know enough about this stuff, so it really did look like they were changing, didn't it? As I was redoing it and doing the tests, it looks like there's changes, but not yet. When you say in-game time, do you mean just like the clock in the corner, or do you mean like the fucking time skip stuff? We've not tested that yet, Cyber. Okay, I'm going to go back to Charles Memorial now. That was interesting data. Let's get that in the Discord. No. Oh, nice. Welcome in. Where are they? Too big. Fuck's sake. Oh, I've got Google. It's alright, I've got Google Drive. Let me know if this makes it downloadable. I've set it as viewer, but I think that should let you download it. Yeah, no, I've got... Yeah, it's fine, mate. This will do. I'll do fine. Google's got it. I've got loads of storage in there. Gigs and gigs. Yes, Iron Hand. You are correct. We have. I tell you what, the community of Elite Dangerous players has wildly underestimated the man. I'll tell you that much. And me included, actually.
Please understand that by accepting this gift,
What's
you
happening?
are officially an employee of the corporation,
Ireland!
and all rights to future ideas will
Dude!
transfer immediately.
Thank you. Who we got in then? Sniff My Gooch, Legend, Ditopia, you were here yesterday. Marley, I haven't seen you in a while, but Godspeed. No Spaces, Dan, and Commander Mars. Do you get those thanks in chat to Iron Hands? Oh, mate, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really did, actually. It was good fun. I mean, I'm so busy today. I need to go at, like, just gone 4, and then I won't be back tonight. Tomorrow, I'll definitely be live. I want to pursue this stuff, but I'm also interested in a bit more. Yeah, 100%. That would be fun. Right. See ya, dude. To anybody else that's present and you are enjoying this big mystery that we're uncovering in Elite, do be sure to hit those subscription buttons if you're capable. If you've got a Twitch Prime, I am a very faithful recipient of it. I try my best to be live as much as I can. I stream all weekend. It's a great little community we got going here. We got all sorts of colonies available to newer players. If you've got any friends that you want to get into the game and you want to share these mysteries with them, we can literally get you in a situation where you can bring them in. We've got a starter system that's proper set up for them. It's got Federation, it's got Empire, it's got rings for mining and res hunting, it's got anarchy-owned settlements to go and pew 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 and then get all your on-foot materials. It spawns 3 type of high-grade missions. It's off its nut. We spent so much energy as a community building that in order to make it available to new players. So, I mean, that's one of the little elements of this game that we try to focus on. Now, where is our friend? It's not there. Where is it? There it is. We've got a mystery hunter. He's over in this place. There is a mystery hunter. Let's all get off our face. Whee! My ears are gonna bleed. I need to turn it down. The video game's been turned up and it will make that sound. Whee!
Speed restrictions are now lifted. Safe travels, Commander.
Oh.
Fuel scooping complete.
Honestly, just a fucking memorial. Just a fucking memorial. Do you know what, as well? I think Salome had to die in that story. With everything I've learned, I did not realise that Salome was... Like, I never knew this. I didn't know that it was an old play by Oscar Wilde. I didn't know that it was remade into a German opera by Richard Strauss, who is also the composer of Blue Danube, the song that you hear when you use the auto dock and you have the music enabled. Not even 40, you cheeky shit. Yeah, Drew Wagar got dog piled. You legend, Mars. Well, that hype train has come into a close there. Thank you so much, Iron Hand. Single-handedly boshing out the level 2 hype train, you hero. Thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate this. Uh-oh, no! still broken. 2,000 condas. So this is an example of the sort of like when they create a true memorial. This is an example of one where it says memorial to a specific name, and then it has a bunch of context about who it's for, right? The fact that this other one is called Charles Memorial, but then is to no specific Charles, is incredibly peculiar. Like, it is so out with the standard that they've suggested. Likewise, I'm now realising, look, it doesn't show up in here. It's literally not in it. I'm not going mad, am I? It's not here. I fucking deleted it this morning, guys. I just did. It doesn't give it to me again. So, are we correct in saying that what this... Now, no, this would make sense. It's a listening post. It's not a tourist beacon. Even though it shows... It's a point of interest. But you just saw me go through every one of them, Cyber. I just went through every single entry in my... archive. No, I get you, mate. I get you. I know. So it points straight through the Sada region, right? If this is... What way would you say it's pointing? Would you say it's pointing that way? I think it is. Or would you say it's pointing this way? If it's pointing this way... Oh, well, if it's pointing that way... I don't know. That is very close to... Is that the Pleiades there? Or is that the Magellan Cloud? Look at how weird this system is as well. It's got a Class 1 Jovian orbiting a ringed ice world. It's got an 8th moon around a gas giant. It's got a massive ammonia world. It's got multiple Earth-like... It's got an Earth-like, multiple water worlds. Like, this system is mental. One hypothesis I have pondered in the past, and it's brutal that the testing for this would be brutal. It relates to the idea that each account can normally only scan and sell the data of each system once, right? But what we discovered with the time skip is that that's not true. With the time skip, it wipes your data up to a certain period in time, and then you can rescan a system and then sell it again. So it makes me wonder if what might matter is where you sell your exploration data to. Like, what if you have to come here and scan this system and map the 8th moon and then sell that data to the Dark Wheel somewhere in Shinrez or something like that? Like, I don't know this. This is just an idea, okay? I don't have any specific data point that indicates that this is factual. Okay, I want to be really transparent about this. It's just an idea that I'm having, which is like, this system's fucking weird, isn't it? It's really weird. Now, I don't see any other numbers here that are pertinent to any of this search, other than the fact that I never noticed how close this is to Earth. Yeah. So me and Trinonica have got the data. Yeah, I know. Any 42s. I mean, so these two have a tidally locked, or that has a 42-day rotate. I feel like that is reaching. That is there. Like, do you know what I mean? Like the 42 degrees in Prism is very much a situation of for those with the eyes to see, right? And I feel strongly that the 42 degree thing, like, you know, when we had that breakthrough where we were like, oh, when Michael Brooks said he was annoyed about the exploration update would make certain mysteries easier to solve, everyone assumed it was that the full spectrum scanner would enable us to just find the Dark Wheel station instantly. I think that's completely wrong. Welcome in, Solstice. It does look like Sol. I agree. It looks... except it's not got Sedna. I mean, it just looks like a single star system, doesn't it, really? I mean, do you know what I mean? So I think what we discovered with the Radicoid time skip is that when they said that statement during the exploration update of, I think it was like 3.0 or something, it was Beyond, Elite Dangerous Beyond. It was chapter 4 of Beyond that brought all the new Explo stuff. I think that they meant the orrery mode was the killer, because it would make Prism incredibly easy to notice that it's on an angle of 42 degrees, and then it leads you down that entire path we've been following the last few days. Right, a prism is useful to split white light into its constituent parts. The system prism has 3 stars named in it. I'm just going to rescore under all this for you all. We've got ruby, we've got sapphire, and we've got diamond. Ruby red, sapphire blue, but curiously, diamond yellow? Well, you know, normally digital media and physics describes light as having 3 primary colours, red, green, blue, RGB. But in pigments and in art and in written form, we know that artists use the primary colours of red, yellow, blue. And funnily enough, Prism encodes that in the name of its stars. Likewise, Prism is physically on a 42-degree angle, which on Earth, a 42-degree angle is what is required in order to visibly see a rainbow. So we're clearly seeing here now there is a symbology between the system prism, the concept of RYB. Okay, Aldrin, thank you. Yep, green. Okay. And the broader mystery. The next step that we took was acknowledging that Salome I need you to expand on that, Cyber, because I don't know what you mean. Salome, who is the senator, or was the senator of Prism, flew a ship called the Seven Veils. Now, interestingly, there are 7 colours in a rainbow, which is formed by a prism. Wait, it looks like Sol billions of years ago. You know, 5 inner planets. The 5th planet was supposed to be set orbiting the sun, where the asteroid belt is set now. But the second planet, it should be the 3rd planet, is an Earth-like, right? So this would be Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. Yeah, it's interesting. So the 7 veils, right? And then there is this concept of the 7 colours of the rainbow, right? So the prism, rainbow, something in that. Set that aside. The story of Salome. The Pleiades is known as the 7 sisters. Yeah, you're valid. But I would have to say the Pleiades has been scoured by people like the Children of Raxleth on that basis. They linked the 7 veils to the 7 sisters when the book Reclamation came out. Like, literally, when Salome becomes Salome and then names her ship the 7 Veils, the first link that the Children of Raxla made was the Pleiades is the 7 sisters. And what you have to remember is the whole mystery of Drew's books was framed within the Formidine Rift mystery, right? Let's make sure we remember this. That what it ultimately ended up revealing was the Destiny Project, or the Exodus Project, depending on what you know it as. And what that was a series of generation ships sent out on suicide missions to find Earth-like worlds and create backup civilizations of humanity. I agree, Solstice. Drew is... he's vastly exceeded my expectations based on the persona that he presents. He is a master at presenting a very humble, bumbling man. And yeah. So yesterday we then went down the dive of reading the actual play about Salome, written in the 1800s by Oscar Wilde. It was really long and we didn't finish it because it was really painful. But what it did make us notice, I think it was someone in chat, was it you, Trinonica, or Cyber? Someone in chat, maybe it was Cyber, Trinonica, or Crazy, I think, highlighted that Salome, the play by Oscar Wilde, was turned into an opera by Richard Strauss, the same composer of the Blue Danube song that you hear when you dock at a station if you have the music on. Now, the story of Salome in the ancient books, in the older books, is a story of a Jewish princess who demands to kiss John the Baptist, the prophet at the time. And in her endeavour to achieve this goal, he ends up getting beheaded. And she kisses his dead lips, which results in King Herod ordering her death as well. Okay? Now, I'm realising, as I say all this out loud, that is the story of Salome. She was in contact with people that are dead, and in response was killed. Right? It's thematically, it's very similar. Okay, that's interesting, Cyber. Prior top speed in Super Cruise was 2001. That's cool. So, yesterday, we then lastly uncovered... Let me just show you my mind map. So, we've covered a bunch of this stuff so far. Right? So, the prism, the colours, the way that this seems to be encoding in it that if we do need to make a decision about colours, we should be looking at RYB, not RGB. Then we notice this poem. Arthur O'Shaughnessy's poem. She freed and floated on the air her arms, above dim veils that hid her bosom's charms. The veils fell round her like thin, coiling mists, shot through by topaz suns and amethysts. Which immediately brought to mind, A, the name, veil, coiling mist, red and blue. Well, Vale West literally is that. If you go to the Vale West, you will find the Maiden's Vale tourist beacon. When you drop out at the Maiden's Vale tourist beacon, now this does depend on time, right? Because it is orbiting, and right now, if you go there in real time, or if you go there time skipped, the planet that it orbits blocks this nebula here, the Vale East. Now, it could be that that's deliberate. It could be that it's been specifically placed to always block that nebula. But right now, the next step we took was on the assumption that it isn't. And these 7 Vales that are visible from the Maiden's Vale tourist beacon are pointers to a location. So I took the center point of each one yesterday and I calculated out the location that indicates. We also did it a time when we included Sol, which dragged that location to here. There was nothing present there. But when we went to this system, Crazy in chat noticed that the Pelican and North American nebulas align to look like a fucking hand pointing up at the Sadder Dark Region Nebula. When you go there, you find a listing post called Charles Memorial, which, given our knowledge now that light could be important, that separating light through a prism could be important, consider the text here. We of the Pilots Federation light this beacon on the fringes of human space for the fallen. For every fallen commander we salute, and hope you found your place among the stars, that we may see you again when we look to the skies. 07. Now, I'm wondering now, could this be indicating to us that we need to be on pad 07 in order to get better information from the numbers? Because I don't know. If anyone else can look at the data of what I just had, it looked to me like the numbers were different in each recording, but we were also getting different landing pads. I did see that, Cyber. Yeah, I did see it, and I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. Lastly, so to just capstone this off, The Distant Worlds 3 expedition recently finished, and that had a player-run fan fiction narrative in it, right? But multiple points of that narrative have been validated by in-game evidence that you can find. So whilst the specific conversations in the narrative of DW3 at this stage are fan fiction, the events that they mention happening, you can go and find points of interest that validate those events happen. Like, there's an event in the story where they find a Type 9 in the middle of nowhere. You can find that Type 9 in exactly the location mentioned in the story. There's an event where it says they find a destroyed DSSA fleet carrier. You can go to that location and you can find it. So it looks as if the story of DW3 is real. And the end result of the DW3 expedition was the creation of a station named Rainbow's End. So I just can't... If people think this is all fantasy nonsense, I'm reaching, this don't make sense, I'm sorry, but I think you're blind. I think that you are blind to a very clear pattern of, and a trail that we're following. And it's fucking exciting. I love it. I absolutely love it. So that doesn't even get into the other side of it that I explained at the beginning, which I think explains how they managed to get this result, where they've hidden it for a decade, over a decade. I think it links to some stuff outside of the game. You off? Metin's off. So that is the current synthesis on where we're up to with this mystery, and now we're trying to find the next step. So it brought us to this, and now we're stuck. Kind of. Listening out. Nowhere feels like another puzzle, like finding the beacons to get to the Formidine Rift colonies. You'll find Solstice. I mean, to be honest, it's useful, like, re-explaining it all and synthesizing it for people, so... To a degree, but I can't keep repeating it every 10 minutes as well. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to... I wish I could filter this by player-owned colonies. My neck, mate. I've slept funny again. So sorry, no, I don't think I get you, Tron. I think I kind of get you. Like, I don't remember what the mystery was there, though. Right, yeah, no, an unregistered comms beacon was found in a location, and on the hour, every hour, it transmitted a message. But we've sat here for an hour, haven't we? The issue is it could be one that's at a time of day. Oh, we see. Yeah. This is the type that they know. Like, this is the same one they used with a secret to be told, a secret to uncover as well. Look. But what way do you think it's pointing? I've never worked out what way it's pointing. Do you know? Is it pointing in that direction? I agree with you, Cyber. I think it points in this direction too. Use blue and yellow to make green. What do you mean? Sapphire and diamond. Are they next to each other? Are they next to each other in prism? Fuck, I think. I need to. Oh, man, my neck. Sapphire and diamond, which is blue and yellow, are the two that are there when you jump in. It's ruby and prism. Red and prism that are far away. Oh man, that's a non-trivial test though. It's all the way back in the bubble. I don't know if I've got time to do that today. We were trying this where we were trying to use the light of both, or the lens flares, to try and, like, one thing we were trying to do recently was I thought that it might have required us to be in Soul and to basically use the Soul's light to create a rainbow in the game, like using the lights, lens flares and stuff. Oh, Jesus. Okay. But no, I think you actually, it could be an interesting idea. That's fine. Thing is, look, it goes so high up. The alternative is it's pointing... down there, where there's just, like, basically nothing. Now, I don't know what to do next. I don't know whether to go back to Prism to test whether we can mix the light. I don't know whether to try and find something else around the Sada region. Let's check the Distant Worlds 3 narrative and see what was mentioned in there about it. No Charles listed in this story. Well, that's it, Cyber. Who knows? Yeah, exactly. We might find that this has been bugged in a manner for a while since Odyssey. Because Odyssey was a couple of years after the Salome story wrapped up, wasn't it? Who's Charles Vincent? Who is it? So it could have been that, like... But then, would they really have made changes that made this impossible? Like, if this links into the wider mystery of Raxler and stuff... Also, do you know what's just come to mind? Wait, Fleet Admiral Charles Vincent. Oh, okay. To anyone that knew Michael Brooks, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be listening to a video of his. If you're on YouTube, you won't be able to hear the audio because I can't broadcast YouTube videos or music over YouTube. Okay, so that's just how it is. Don't forget, there was 2 years where FDev kind of ditched Elite. They came back due to other games not performing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that they ditched it. I think they just acknowledged that there'd been a rough journey. Like, what a lot of people don't get, in my opinion, is they don't understand that a lot of what happened to Frontier and Elite was out of their hands, okay? Like, the whole Odyssey thing and the whole console thing was part of them going public. They did a public IPO. They made their company available to anyone in Britain to invest in. And they indexed it on the FTSE 100. And when they did that, they could no longer just make decisions through the lens of what David Braben wanted to do. They had to make decisions through the lens of what is best for the shareholders. And objectively, what is best for the shareholders is to get Elite Dangerous on consoles, is to get people running around on foot so that they can play the game like that, right? And unfortunately, it just so happened that the way they built the game just was not easily applicable to PlayStation 4. Like, PlayStation 4s were not PlayStation 5s. PlayStation 5s are PCs in a console format. The PlayStation 4 was a custom built console. And that's where they got really tripped up. Yeah, I agree with you, Carnage. No, I disagree, Raging. You've probably just missed the entire like 25-minute breakdown I've just given on how we have literally just followed a breadcrumb trail and we're uncovering new things that no one's ever discovered before. Yeah. So this isn't the bit I'm interested in. No, yeah, you're fine. I think he has a question bit at the end. But so right, so the Design and Decisions Forum, this is what I reference a lot, all right? This is Andrew Gasper, this is Drew Wagar, this is Alan Stroud, this is the other authors involved, this is other technical professionals. I'm going to go ahead and make the public statement. This is the winners of the Cicada 3301 mystery, okay? They are in the Decision and Design Forum, in my opinion. Or at least the Decision and Design Forum built that Cicada 3301 mystery, and they, as Cyber stated, they used it as a test bed to make sure that the cryptographically encoded challenge in Elite Dangerous was uncoverable and breakable, but not trivial, right? And ever since, they've given us very many examples. Like one of the we had someone in our search recently that, like, it was quite dismissive of everything we were looking into, to be frank. But the one element I did give them credit on was they were saying, like, well, I was involved in all the search for the Fargoids, like when we were reverse engineering the Eagle Eye signals and stuff. And what I'm talking about, the difficulty of the Elite Dangerous problem, is an order of magnitude harder, right? And so they were like, how can you say that it's that when all this has been so easy? And my analogy is, you don't make a heavyweight boxer by making them only fight the heavyweight champion, right? You set your fighter up with an easier challenge that's on their level, and then you ramp up from there. Yeah. So they're not going to set the Eagle Eye problem to be so hard that you have to have a doctorate in cryptography in order to solve it, right? They want the community to come together over these challenges, but they also clearly have invested over a decade of business effort in having the Raxler mystery and these books and these mysteries encoded in systems and stuff. And that side of it, I think the community have completely missed the boat. I think the community have completely underestimated how balls deep David Braben went on this. I'm really sorry that I often use like quite vivid and evocative language like that. It's just how I am, right? This is literally, if Drew Wagar is the example of someone who's humble and bumbling and just kind and nice, I am literally the yang to his yin. Do you know what I mean? Like, I am like in your face, brash, but we're both really fucking smart and I'm on his ass. All right, so you wait. Did you hear that? All Fargoids are females. Understand, these questions aren't from you. They aren't from the average gamer. They're from people in the design and decision forum. In order to be in the design and decision forum, you have to sign an NDA with Frontier. You are given access to the author's books, like the background lore books, the books that make up the background of the information. You are given access to what Raxler is. You like, they all know it. They're all lying to you. When they say they don't know what Raxler is, they are bullshitting you. I am 100% certain of it. And they are paid to bullshit you, or they were paid, or they just love the franchise and they would willingly do it to ensure that this mystery exists. Do you know what I mean? So what they're telling you here in the first ever fiction diary of the game, in the Kickstarter, is AI is in this world, in this future, there is AI, and it is so dangerous they've banned it. The entire game and Braben's swan song to humanity is this message. AI is incredibly dangerous if we do not do it right. That's why he built Raspberry Pi. Yeah? At the same time, 2012. Before this Kickstarter kicked off, David Braben invested hundreds of thousands in building Raspberry Pi Foundation, which the goal of which, it's publicly stated, is to increase the barrier to entry. To decrease the barrier to entry for computer science, to try to inspire a generation of young people to learn how to code and to become competent and computer literate in the future. Okay, what he just said there is what's playing out now. Okay? The Distant Worlds 3 narrative was literally about a rogue human AI that broke into Witch Space, which is where allegedly the Guardian constructs live, and it has been trying to basically kill us all by exploding our ships in Witch Space for decades. That is the story of Distant Worlds 3 narrative. So I imagine what's coming. I imagine Lady Z, the pirates, is going to be linked to this AI. Is Billy? Look at this little grin. Just see that fucking grin. Oh. Michael, mate. Such a fucking tragedy, isn't it? This actually isn't... This wasn't the one that I was thinking of, so I apologise that I'm cutting him off. And I know it's interesting, but these are all available for anybody in the... See that? I haven't memorised them. That's because he knows that these are such important questions that he has memorised the answers. No. What he's referring to there is the Elite Encounters role-playing game, the tabletop role-playing game, which you can buy. And that comes with a Lore Master's Guide, because it's a Dungeons and Dragons style version of Elite Dangerous, where you can play it on a tabletop. And the Lore Master Guide is incredible. It has all this information. It is like the author's guide, but then with these sensitive bits removed, exactly like he described. Just to be clear, like whenever I take steps on these mysteries, I have watched every video that Frontier and Elite Dangerous have ever released. I have read every single book, every document. I have visited nearly every tourist beacon. I was in the Children of Axla for a decade. All right, well, for 9 years. So I know my shit, and we're about... You ready? Not this one. Damn it. Right, hold. Louder. Am I shouting? Sorry, am I getting too excited? Listen to this. Wasn't it? I want to be clear, okay? Well, this topic here, this question here is really important. If you ask Alan Stroud what's true, the game, the role-playing game tabletop, the books, he will say only the game is canon. But listen to Michael Brooks' answer here. Right, guys, basically what I'm getting to, and I will find it, we will persevere and find it. There is a bit in one of these diaries where he comments that he is currently looking at all of the real data in Like, he's meddling with the galaxy, and he's looking at things from different perspectives, is what he says. And that's what I'm trying to find. Understand there, he's hinting there's engineers in the roadmap, right? We didn't hear about them for about a year. He's mentioned the Fargoids. We didn't hear confirmation of them for 2-3 years. Now, a lot of people, like the person that we were recently trying to corroborate with on the Cicada 3301 crossover, was like, oh, you see, no, they're just liars, because when we got the code after the beta, we could see that there was no Fargoids in it at all. And it's like, well, do you understand how software development works? Like, you can have branches of code, you can have a version that you cut and release that doesn't have all that stuff in. Like, I immediately, when they said that, I was like, well, this is really sus. Like, surely you know that you could just have a feature branch that's got all the Fargoid stuff in it and you just wouldn't compile it. Like, anyway. Battle of Chione. Fuck's sake. Is it the last one? I bet it's the last one. You see, I rewatched all these a while back, so they're in my brain. I swear it is at the end. Very recent. Do you hear that word? Unveils. Oh. Like, you have to understand how the human mind works, right? That word, unveils, is in his brain. It's in his prefrontal cortex for a reason. They are talking about this stuff in 12 years ago. 2014 this is, and they're talking about all this unveiling, Seven Veils, Salome shit that we've been doing. Apologies, Leo. I'll just catch your comment. What I find it frustrating is that given that we can now travel faster than ever before, it hasn't really benefited exploration other than exobio. There really isn't anything to find, or it's just really well hidden and there's nothing in the game to help. Oh, bless you. Here's voices. Welcome in, Solstice. Yes, I can't broadcast this on. Yeah, the military did. The military had frameshift drive tech long before, right? Because they discovered the radicoiders long before. Because, just to be clear to anyone who's new to my stream, and this isn't like a discussion, we've proved this with the science in the game. Frame shift drive technology. I know this is going to hurt you. You're going to have cognitive dissonance, and I'm sorry, but I am certain that one day I'm going to have access to this fucking law Bible, and I'm going to just show you it written in there. I know it. The frame shift drive is not an engine. It is a time travel device, and I know that you're having cognitive dissonance. I know. But what you have to understand about this, okay, is there are two ways to go fast. All right, you can go fast by moving through space quicker, or you can change the speed at which time travels. Okay, that's the two ways that when you arrive somewhere, you can manipulate either of those variables in order to arrive somewhere in logical continuity that means you traveled faster than the speed of light. Okay, and we have proved with the radicoider time skip that the frameshift drives use time travel, not super speed explosion makes you go that way fast. They are time travel devices. Okay. What do you mean, Cat and T? Confirmation bias is strong here, or profiting for unbelievers? You mean are you saying you think my confirmation bias is strong, or I'm trying to be a prophet? I don't know. That is why the speed indicator during a jump goes mental and doesn't know how fast you're going. Also, the blue dot indicator going mental. Yeah, 100% crazy. Agreed. Yeah, because often when you're traveling, it tells you your destination is in front, then behind, then the front. Frame is physical object, and if you change frames, you bend in space. Fuck, where was it? In one of these, he literally says, in fact, at the moment, I'm playing with the galaxy map and all of the data that we've imported. And he mentioned something. It is shifting your reference frame, but if you have a knowledge of special relativity and Alcubierre drives and stuff like that, if you've exposed yourself to that stuff, then you will have a mental picture of space-time, right? But let's face it, what you actually have a mental picture of is three-dimensional space, and you understand that time ticks forwards, right? So when we talk about, oh, you go from this space to this space quick or instantly using this device, your brain is just, I think, intrinsically saying it's shifting the frame of reference of space. I just disagree. I think that it shifts your temporal frame of reference. And we've shown that at the... yeah, exactly, Crazy. I agree. And that's where the radicoider time skip makes this so clear. It makes it so clear that it is based on time. Sorry, I've got some messages to read. I just can't remember when he said it. Like, it's so frustrating. It was. I want to be clear. I think Braben is a very principled person. I don't think he likes lying or misleading people. And you watch his tells in this. Don't even get me started. Look, he's showing you procedural volumetric clouds in the background here. Yeah, I think I like what you're saying, Solstice. I think that makes sense. Well, so what it looks like we're uncovering, in fact, is that the Elite Dangerous universe exists within a larger universe that has no time. Like it's a it's like there's like yeah. It could also be that, Cat and T. It could be that what we know is they've publicly stated that the Elite Dangerous universe has anomalous time. It runs on anomalous time. That's what they've named it in the past. That's the best we've got to go on. I see what you're saying, Aldrin. Yeah, absolutely. Or one of the best examples of how the frameshift drive allows time travel is you jump into a system, you see a signal source that's like 400,000 light seconds away. You use supercruise to go there, and then when you drop out, if you just look at the clock at the top of your screen, you'll see that you just traversed that distance and you dropped out at the thing at a timestamp before any light that left it could have got to you. Right? So, like, based on obviously it's a game, right? It's a game. Like, they need to make it playable, so I get it. But based on like how physics works, that is time travel. Like, that's the only way that works. Like, it's worth mentioning in chat, this topic of what is time to a photon is not a solved problem in physics, okay? This... Thank you,
If
Liam.
you don't subscribe, you're a stinky bum.
Bless her. Smart little kid. This problem is literally at the intersection of quantum mechanics and special relativity, and it is one of the unsolved issues in physics right now. So, like, we're unlikely to solve this, and it's unlikely that the developers or engineers involved in the creation of Elite Dangerous solved it. It's most likely that they made decisions to put that to bed, okay? And what it seems is that in this world, a photon and and time are not linked in the same way they are in our existence. Yes, Cat and T, we frequently do that in Elite Dangerous. Frequently. Yeah. Guys, I'm getting sick of it, so I'm not going to keep doing this, but I'm telling you, somewhere in one of these diaries, which I rewatched all of these recently, there is a mention that, like, they mention that they're currently looking at all of the different astronomical, charts, and deciding what ones they want to include, what ones they don't, what imagery they want to take from IRL, how they're going to replicate it in the game. And in that, I swear it's Michael Brooks that says it, but it could be David Braben. I swear they mention, we're populating it all, and then we're looking at it all from different perspectives to make sure it all looks right. I swear what they say. And the reason I'm highlighting this is I think it directly relates to what we found here. No, don't do me that way. Don't do me that way. Literally, there's only 1 or 2 star systems. Well, there's a line, obviously, of star systems where if you're in them... Let's just have a quick look in the galaxy map at just how many actually are aligned with this. We just... It points at this. It brings us here. Charles Memorial. And this is where we got to. We don't know where to go next. We don't know what it means. Who the fuck is Charles? And why does it contain an obscure random message? This is what it contains. I've now deleted it, unfortunately. I think I may have found it. ChatGPT reckons it was mentioned by Braben in Dev Diary 2, how the galaxy will evolve over time. I need a pee. I'll be right back. I'm listening. Yeah, there's loads. Well, hang on. O7, where would it be in the name? Wait, what's 7 Charles? Who the fuck is Charles? I know. It's 7 letters. Charles. I bet you can make green light by mixing the light of these two stars. I bet you. Need to change my headset battery. No, he didn't mention it. ChatGPT fucked it. That was me. Sorry. That is fascinating now. That bit there, obviously Star Citizen focused on deploying that really early, right? But look at the, like, I'm sorry, David Braben was 100% proved correct. Everything he's saying here is correct. Like, Star Citizen did the opposite, and they still haven't released their game. Honestly, the criticism that Frontier get pisses me off. Do you know the worst bit about it is it never realised its potential, did it? And we need to solve this mystery so the game does. And then they'll have a list of developers that want to work for them, and boom, it'll go mad. Now, obviously, there they let us down, didn't they? They did do mistakes that interfered with the players. But that just shows you that with the best will in the world and the best intention, sometimes you make mistakes and you fuck up in life, and that's just how it is. Do you know what I mean? It could be this. Fuck. Mate, I remember back in the day, 13 years, I remember seeing this and just being like, what? I was like, nah, reflections? What animal do you think these wings are of? And then they fucking did. Well, no, it's like that they had SEO planned all the way back then. That's what I think. I think that they knew that this would be a problem, and it's been down to us and the success of the game as to how fast this stuff moves, I think. Understand this, SEO was technically equally as possible at beta 1 as it was now. It's all made up. Do you know what I mean? Oh. Oh, hello, John. Agreed, Carter. It will be nice. It's well winding me up that I can't remember where it was. Because I feel like there is a tell in it. I feel like there is information to be extracted from the way that they describe it. But I just don't have the mental capability to continue looking at this. Sorry. Let's get back into the game, because I need to go in half an hour-ish. 45 minutes-ish. So. How powerful was that rocket then? It was nuts. Hello. How long have I been here, though? I've been here hours now, haven't I? Probably an hour and a half, and it hasn't transmitted anything. I don't think it is.
Frameshift charge detected.
Yeah. I don't think it is. I mean, it could be, to be fair. Because it used to be called Firebird. The company used to be called Firebird, right? And then they had this symbol on the old Elite. Well, I think it's this. Or I think at least, I think they picked this symbol for this mystery as like a thematic link. I think when this was made... See this here? Others have stated Cicada 3301 is an alternate reality game, although no company or individual has attempted to monetize it. Well, my supposition is that Mr. Braben, who was in 2012... Yeah. In 2012, he simultaneously founded Raspberry Pi Foundation, which its goal was to lower the bar of entry to computer science and increase the probability of the next generation being computer literate. He launched the Kickstarter for his favourite video game franchise that made him a millionaire and got him knighted. And later in the year. And it so turns out that like they voluntarily embedded this mystery in the game, right? Like they chose this. They chose to add this mystery to the game. They chose to continue the Raxter mystery from the original novella forwards to now. Clearly, it has something to do with AI. Like, David Braben's point of this game is AI is dangerous, and I feel like we're about to experience that in the story together. This whole October Consortium, Radicoida Unica, time skip shit, it's all related to this AI story. And the Halsey storyline, all related. Now, what does this Charles Memorial mean, and why can't I rescan it? Huge mass tilted. What do you mean? What do you mean, my pile? I've already checked all this. It's not in there. No, I've literally, genuinely, earlier in the stream, I clicked through every single one of these. Now, there is an issue. Like, look, you can see that these get overwritten, right? So there is bugs in this codex, 100%. It's just gone. It's the same type of message as if you were we were following. What does that mean? Where's that from? 37s. Signal range 41 to 43 light years. Where's that? What you got? Was that in one of the things I just looked at? Ah. Yeah. I mean, grammatically, that's written pretty poorly, but if it's encoding, if they've deliberately added in words in order to, like, for example, they haven't lit a beacon, right? Like, it's not lit. There is no beacon that's been lit. It doesn't emit any light. Like, we of the Pilots Federation, well, the Pilots Federation is Frontier Developments, light this beacon on the fringes of human space for the fallen. I wish so much that... Is there a tablet to stop you sweating? Because I swear to God, I would happily consume it. I'm so sick of being a sweaty boy. I think that was just a coincidence, mate. This is just a pattern that they use in these listening posts. I know, mate. Like, it blows my mind that we literally took the coordinates of those 7... We took the coordinates of 7 nebula, blindly went to the system that it indicated, and then we saw these align into this picture of the arm pointing up. That, to me, maybe we didn't go up enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, we just went to the first... So this here is the fingertip, isn't it? And this system here would be the one that it is... I agree, but then when we arrive in that system... So one thing it could be is that we've included one incorrect nebula. It could be that we're not supposed to include the Veil Nebula East, because from the Veil Nebula West, it is consistently blocked. Like, we proved in 2 moments in time. Is anyone time skipped right now? You are, aren't you, Metin? Right, let's all reconvene on Veil Nebula West. Let's make that the last mission of the day. I've just found a new player streamer. We might raid them.
System scan complete.
Oh. Didn't even need to honk because it said system scan complete.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged. Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
Wow, look at how that just rests on the large Magellan cloud there. Wow, that looks cool. Wow. That's obviously just alignment, but... I'll read it in 1 sec. Sorry, mate. It's just on my other screen, and I'm also trying to fly. She freed and floated on the air her arms, above dim veils that hid her bosom's charms. The veils fell round her like thin, coiling mists, shot through by topaz suns and amethysts. Yeah.
Scoping.
That's what brought me to Vale West. Yeah. It's wait, what? Topaz is blue? Wait. Oh, an amethyst is purple. Blue and purple. Oh, sorry. I thought it was red and... Would you say this is topaz and amethyst? I think it is. Maybe this was like an accidental. Yeah, no. You're. I mean, I've just Googled. I thought my mind thought topaz was red and amethysts were blue, but 107, General Berserker. Not too bad, thanks. I'm enjoying trying to hammer away at these mysteries.
Disengaged.
Because here's the thing, they could put it out here, right? They could put it all the way out here so we can see them all still. Could that have been a red herring? Could it have been a red herring about the arm? I think the trail to this tourist beacon makes logical sense. Like, you get to this point by analysing Prism and then reverse engineering the story of Salome. To get and the name is just... So, like, this image here, if the planet wasn't there, you would very clearly see 7 nebula. Considering that this is a nebula, but the remnant, what we see are the stars, because they're brighter than the nebula. We just, I don't know. I don't know why we don't see the nebula. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's one behind here, which is Vale East. Now... So what we did was we were just like, well, we can't see him here. And when Metin gets here, Metin's time skipped. So Metin, if you're all right, if you can share your screen, mate. Yup, dear mama. Hey. I don't know. Is tritium a special commodity? I don't know. Kind of. I mean, it's got a practical use, right? You can do more with it than just turn it into credits. But then that's true for a lot of things now with colonization, isn't it? Like, you can make mining rutile useful if you want to create steel, or... Do you know what I mean? Because you can go to a refinery contact and mine like a whole hold of stuff and then convert it into the thing you need to deliver. Wee, yeah, look, whoa, yeah, wait.
Frameshift charge detected.
You're killing them. Yeah, he wasn't killing them. He was just like encouraging them to jump. We're good guys. Wait. Oh, are we the bad guys? Oh no. Okay. So. Oh yeah. Shake it, break it down, come around. Don't you wanna go and know what it means? I don't know. I'll show you all the things on the other side. Now you know that it's true. I'm coming to you, Vantillion. What, in terms of what are you thinking, Aldrin? Like, what do you think we need to bring a commodity here, like this, like the story of Salome and the Seven? Right. So let's just check where we're at. Like right now, can you get that image? Can you show me looking at the large Magellan cloud? Do you see the star in between? Like if you get the camera so that you can see both the top of our ships, or no, that's the top of yours and the bottom of mine. You should have... Yeah, no worries, Tronica. So if you just get the camera to look at the two ships, Metin. Yeah, if you zoom up, go up. Can you like recreate the image I'm showing you on my screen? Ah. Do you not know how to detach your camera, mate? Okay, well no, that beautifully shows it. So your star's nowhere near. But if you look at the large Magellan clouds, what is the scene that you see? Yeah, lovely. Are you using controller or something, mate? Can you not find it? Can you not find the large Magellan cloud? Do you know what I mean? These blue blobs. Yeah, no, go right. Turn right. Is this? You see to your right is the galactic arc. Yeah, you see the beam of the Milky Way. Go right. Look right. Right. It's over here. It's over this way. Right. Keep going. Yay! There we go. Okay. So as you can all see, right? Can you see the commonalities and the differences between our two screens? So, let me move on to main screen. But can you just leave it there for a sec, mate? Thank you. Okay. So we can see that on their screen, looking at the large Magellan Cloud and the small Magellan Cloud, we can see the same structure of stars, right? Like, they are the same stars because the Milky Way does not rotate, okay? But the position of bodies in systems changes over time. Now, Metin, this morning, this is the Mandalay that you're seeing in the top left up here. Metin has gone to the Radicoides and time skipped today, okay? So when Metin logged into Open this morning, he flew down to a Radicoide that interrupted his frameshift drive's ability to return him to the correct time, and he is now in the 14th of August, 3301. And that's why, even though we are seeing the same scene, for example, on his screen, you can see this bright star at the bottom of the Large Magellan Cloud. You can see this one at the top. You can see this bright one up above them. You can see this curve here, right? It's all the same because the galaxy's the same, but we are in a different time right now, okay? And this is valuable because it gives us the opportunity to look the other direction and see what's going on. So I'm going to go over here now, Vantillion. Can you just copy what I'm doing? Go towards them and then spin, and you should see our ships, right? Yeah, so if you go forwards, or are you not in free cam? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, go. Can you go down? Do you know how to control it? I don't know if it's. Yeah, look at that, L2 or something. If you keep going, so that this try to emulate this exact scene, or vice versa, put yourself in a position where you can see. I'm really good at angling it all, so if you just get yourself so that you can see everything, and then I'll. Like, we want to try and see all the nebula and shit. So yeah, this is good. Thank you, mate. I need to go quite soon. So that's good. That's good. Rotate. And then pan left a bit. Beautiful. Take care, Solstice. Right, you stay still. You stay still, Metin. 07 Solstice, thank you. If you stay still, I'll match you, mate. Yeah, sorry, it's much easier for me to match you. I've got, like, a lot of control. No disrespect. You'll get better and quicker at it, but I've got to go quite soon, so I'm just in a bit of time pressure. So... Oh, Solstice, do you know each other IRL? Oh, okay. Awesome. Awesome. Touche. Okay, so here we can also see the subtle differences between our two screens, right? So you can see that there are similarities and there are differences. For example, the planet is completely different. There is a light-dark line visible on his screen, but on mine there's none. Likewise... this is poking out a bit more. Now, so if Drew Wagar is live on Monday, please do, like, point him in the direction of what we're looking into. To be honest, I'll probably raid... I might raid him. What time does he normally go live on a Monday? He'll probably have disabled it by then. 8 PM. Okay. I might see how my day goes and try and do a cheeky little, like, hour stream where we just synthesize it all again for everyone and then raid him. I'm pretty sure lightning just struck within 100 meters of here. That was so loud. Fucking hell, what is going on with this weather at the moment? Right, well, I do need to go very soon. I need to drive over to somewhere else. So, how long is it going to take me? 26 minutes. So I don't need to leave until, like, just gone past. But, I mean, so this is an example of how we have proven that the frameshift drive does not do a big explosion, make you go fast. The frameshift drive is a time travel device. And you can see it in action here. We are here together in the same moment, but shit's different. And the reason for that is Vantillion went to the Radacoides, which is fucked with his frameshift drive today. Now, what we could do, but I don't suggest we do, but we could do, in fact, it could be interesting to do, is if Vantillion right here logged out and logged back in, the thing is, it wouldn't instance us necessarily. So, like, what would be cool is to see him disappear and then reappear, and then you would see on his stream, it would then match exactly like you're used to in this game, where we would see precisely the same scene, you know? So, yeah. It has been an interesting one, hasn't it? Are you doing it? Are you going to do it? We could try it. There's no harm. I'm about to go. So if you want to give it a bash, unless there's more science you want to do time skipped, in which case it adds a whole bunch of pain to you. So he's done it. There he went. Yeah, you see, it didn't instance us. Oh, it did. Okay, so now if you go into the external cam, I'm in front of you. Yeah, I'm to your right. I'm green. So face me again. You see? Yeah. And then if you look right, you'll see the star in between the large Magellan clouds. So this is just demonstrating to you that you saw the unbroken scene on my screen of him disappearing from existence and then reappearing in existence. And on his screen, you saw him now temporally ground himself. I don't know what this means. I'm not saying I got all the answers. I'm just saying I've been approaching this game with an open mind and not just going, these devs are shit. They leave loads of bugs in. And we are unraveling these mysteries at a rate of knots. So, guys, thank you so much to all of you that keep coming back, for the gifted subs, for the subscriptions on YouTube, for any follows you can give me on Twitch. I really appreciate it. It really sends me the signal that I should keep going. I should keep coming back and doing this stream. I'm really enjoying tucking into these and getting stuck in. So I will be back tomorrow afternoon for more. I don't know what to do next. I don't know where we go next. Please do absorb what we've discussed. Consider it. Let it churn in your brain, dream about it, and then tomorrow when we come back together, who knows what new information we can uncover. So just to surmise one last time, the way that we've got to this point is oddly by looking into the Cicada 3301 mystery, which is completely separate to Elite Dangerous. It is what's at least given context of where these puzzles could lead and what ways we could manipulate information, encode information in order to make progress. That's how we've got to this planet at this tourist beacon with 7 nebulas visible, which are veils, the 7 veils. And then the common location of those 7 veils led us to a system that when you look at the other nebula, you see this arm resting. What was the poem? She freed and floated on the air her arms. She freed her arm and floated it on the air, above dim veils that hid her bosom's charms. The veils fell round her like thin coiling mists, shot through by topaz suns and amethysts. I would argue that there is your topaz suns and amethysts. 07 Alfredo. Right, now please do join me in raiding a new channel. It is a new... I'm going to leave now, Ventilian. Thank you so much for your help today, mate. I'm really enjoying working with you on all this. So we're going to go and check out... Is he still live? Yep, they're still live. Let's go check out Skid Inc. They are new to Elite Dangerous. It's day 2. So please do go easy with them. They have the no back seating and no spoilers tags on their stream. So please just do respectfully help them when they ask. I've not listened to them. I'm going to actually have a quick check just to make sure it's not madness. Yeah, let's ship it. So thanks so much for being with me today. I will be back tomorrow afternoon. 07 Commanders. Stay open-minded.